Um, Wanted to quickly show you this is a little clip from a film I scored about 3-4 years ago. It was really lucky because it was while I was doing my MFA program, so I got to actually use one of my recording sessions for school to score this film. So, thank you. Excuse me, that was, like I said, that was really interesting. That was like the first time I ever had access to a live orchestra while I was actually scoring a film. Just timing, I've always had one or the other, but that was the first time I had both at the same time. So, what is post-production audio? Basically, it is taking all of your sound elements of that's things like your dialogue, your ADR, your sound effects, your Foley, and your music, and building them into a soundscape that serves the story, right? Because that's ultimately what we're doing here. We're telling stories. So everything has to be in service of that, right? So think of some of your favorite films. What would they be without sound? What would they be without music? Now, the thing you have to remember is that, or if you don't remember anything else that I say today, remember this, that film is a visual medium, but in reality, very often and in a whole lot of ways, sound is more important than the picture, right? Because think about, if you have a bad shot, like if it's badly composed, it's out of focus, it's badly lit, a lot of times people will write that off and excuse it as an artistic choice. Bad sound is never excused as an artistic choice. Bad sound is what makes people turn your film off and walk away. You've probably experienced yourself, like if you're ever watching TV and you're streaming something and like something's lagging and the video and the audio aren't quite in sync, it gets really annoying, right? There you go. All right. So again, sound can elevate your film or it can kill it, and the only real difference is how much time and attention you're willing to devote to it. All right? So the three components of post-audio we're going to look at today, the three main sort of pillars we're going to take a look at are first, dialogue, sound effects, and music. And within dialogue, we're going to look at ADR, and we're going to take a quick look at audio repair software. Relating to sound effects, we're going to look at Foley, and we're going to look at a little bit at sound design. And under music, we're going to talk a little bit about how to work with a composer as a filmmaker, right? And we're going to talk a little bit about the temp music debate. Has anybody ever heard of temp music? Good, that's so fantastic. None of you've heard of it. We'll talk about it a little bit. And again, don't worry about it if you have not heard of it. We'll explain what it is. So component number one, production dialogue recording. Typically, you know, if as young filmmakers, you've probably gone out with a field kit that was something included a recorder, probably a boom and a mic, and or some wireless lavs, right? That's kind of your basic kit for audio. And this is just some excuse me, some image of a couple of recorders. I actually own both of these. I'm not sponsored by anyone. I just really like these two. I've had them for a long time. They're both made by Zoom. The one on the left is the Zoom F8, and as the name implies, it has 8 mic inputs. The one on the right is called the H5, and it has, what does it have? It has 2 little inputs down here on the bottom for mics, and then these capsules on the top are like interchangeable. This can pop off, and this one right here you can put on, and that gives you 2 more XLR on the top for a total of 4 tracks of audio you could record. Next up, probably some stuff you're already familiar with. Obviously a typical shotgun mic, a blimp kit. Everybody knows what a blimp is for, right? What it is and what it's for shooting outdoors, cuts down on the wind noise. Top right, very typical, wireless lavalier kit. Probably seen a lot of those. This one here on the top left is like sort of a new kind of, I don't know if it's a new product or a new form factor, what it is, but I don't even know what they're called. I kind of refer to them as pendant mics. You see them, like pretty much all the social media creators use them, so I'm sure you've seen them. I've actually had the opportunity to use them a couple of times, and they have actually really good sound. They're not perfect for every scenario because, this unit right here, that's the whole thing. Like that little piece right there, that's the microphone right there. So, they sound good, they're small, but at the same time, depending on what you're doing, they can be difficult to conceal. So if you're doing something narrative, maybe not the best choice. If you're doing like an interview or a documentary type thing, it's like actually a pretty good choice. So, some tips for getting good audio. First thing, take your time. You can't be in too much of a rush. You have to budget your time and what you're going to need. Getting a good recording on set is always easier than trying to fix it in post, right? Second, be prepared for the environment. Again, are you shooting indoors or outdoors? If it's outdoors, what's the weather going to be like? Is it going to be windy? Is it going to be, so do you need to bring the blimp and the dead cat to cut down on wind noise? Just being aware of those kinds of things so that you make sure you have everything you need with you. And always get wild sound and room tone. And you guys know what that is, what those things are? Great. So again, wild sound is just like recording the ambient sound of the location you're at. Room tone, again, is kind of the same thing. It's just like getting some sound of what the room itself sounds like. So, like 2 to 4 minutes of that can save your life in post, all right? Understand your meters. This is a big one, and this is one that a lot of, that trips a lot of people up, and I've heard it in a lot of submissions from different festivals before. What I mean by that is in digital audio, your audio cannot be clipped. And what that means is basically clipping is a type of distortion that's introduced into an audio signal when the amplitude of the sound you're trying to record is higher than the maximum level your recorder can handle, right? In the old analog systems, how clipping was handled was a little differently. What the system did was it clipped the signal off, but it also rounded off those edges to make it sound, and it sounded a little more natural. It was noticeable, but it was more natural sounding. In the digital realm that we're in now, digital audio does not do that. It does not sort of round off those edges, which means that the clipping distortion that you get with digital, it sounds terrible. It's always noticeable. It's extremely difficult to get rid of. And if you've got a clip signal, you really need to just do another take, right? So just to kind of give you sort of a real world reference for what that looks like when you're actually out in the field recording. In digital audio, if you notice, this is a digital meter on the left and an analog meter on the right. If you notice, the digital meter's top level is 0 dB full scale. The analog is 8 plus 18 dB voltage units. Don't worry about the full scale and voltage units, just understand that there's a difference. So at your unity level, in analog, that's going to be 0 dB, and in digital, it's going to be minus 18. So in your digital recordings, as you're recording and your signal's jumping up and down, it should be peaking out sort of right in this range right here, from minus 18 to minus 12, with your highest peaks going no higher than minus 6. Because again, you don't want to get anywhere near 0 dB because that's where your clipping happens, right? So, once you understand that, even as you're recording, you can look at your meters and tell if your audio clipped and that you need to do it again. You don't even necessarily need to listen back to it, all right? Next up, audio repair software. This is fairly recent, like within the last 5 to 10 years, it's gotten really good. This is software that basically lets you, some of these programs are often referred to as Photoshop for audio. Because they use what's called spectrograph editing to remove unwanted noise from your recordings, right? On the left here, that's the logo for Adobe Audition. That's one of the applications that can do this. On the right is RX by Isotope. That's another one. In the center is a screenshot from a program called SpectraLayers, which is the one I've used the most. And basically this is what a spectrograph image of a piece of audio looks like. All right. So instead of you don't have a waveform, you have basically this is your low frequency stuff, this is your high frequency stuff, and the bright parts are the highest areas of highest volume, right? So what this allows you to do is you can literally, just like in Photoshop, if say this is a sound right here that you don't want, you can literally select it and just remove it from your recording. And then to make it sound more natural, you can plug in a piece of your wild sound or room tone that you recorded, and literally it's like it was never there, all right? So this is probably the most time and cost-effective option if you end up needing to do some major work to your audio in post. But the results can be mixed, and there is a learning curve to it, right? So, it's one of those things that sometimes you never really know what the results are going to be until you try it. So as a result of that, always have a plan B in mind in case, it doesn't turn out the way you expected, right? So this is a quick audio cleanup demo that I did using SpectraLayers a couple years ago. Yeah, you can turn it up a little bit.
I know it's cliche, but I want to play Hamlet. Why don't you take your arms against the sea of troubles I oppose inland? To die.
Hey man, what you doing?
Prepping for the audition.
Oh, I can see that. You're gonna do the speech, huh?
I know it's not bad for a show.
Not bad. Gregory and Samson, the two most forgettable bards in all of Shakespeare.
There are plenty more forgettable parts.
Ha! Name one.
Well, I can't because I forgot. But we're doing Romeo and Juliet. It's Shakespeare in the Park.
It's Prospect Park.
Yeah, but we're in the RFSC, right?
Yeah, the Rosenberg Shakespeare Company. Not exactly the same thing.
So what do you think? Not bad for a show.
Not bad. Gregory and Samson, the two most forgettable bards in all of Shakespeare.
There are plenty more forgettable parts.
Ha! Name one.
Well, I can't because I forgot. But we're doing Romeo and Juliet. It's Shakespeare in the Park.
It's Prospect Park.
Yeah, but we're in the RFSC, right?
Yeah, To Rosenberg Shakespeare Company. Not exactly the same thing.
So what do you think? Not a bad first show.
Not bad. Gregory and Samson, the two most forgettable bards in all of Shakespeare.
There are plenty more forgettable parts.
Ha! Name one.
Well, I can't because I forgot. But we're doing Romeo and Juliet. It's Shakespeare in the Park.
It's Prospect Park.
Yeah, but we're in the RSC, right?
Yeah. The Rosenberg Shakespeare Company. Not exactly the same thing.
All right, so to me, the first example in that video is certainly the most realistic one if you're ever end up shooting films in New York City. I don't know if you know, but just a thing that I've experienced every place I've shot. New York City apartments, if that apartment has wood floors, that floor is creaky. And it's literally, and that's just what you have to deal with. Matter of fact, we had that scene, we had to rehearse it and block it very specifically at the time so that, the actor was like saying lines as his weight hit the foot so that his actual line wasn't on top, or there wasn't creaking on top of his actual line. So again, this is the kind of stuff you'll encounter, all right? So moving on, next up under dialogue, we're gonna look at ADR. Who's heard of ADR before? Okay, a few of you. Who's seen it in the credits at the end of a movie before? Okay, who doesn't watch credits at the end of the movie? Stay and watch the credits at the end of the movie. You'll learn a lot, seriously. So ADR stands for Automated Dialogue Replacement, or sometimes you'll hear people call it Additional Dialogue Recording. Ultimately, it's the same thing. It's basically the process where the actors, after the film is shot and edited, the actors will actually go into a recording studio and they'll watch their scenes on a monitor and stand in front of a microphone and re-record their dialogue in sync with themselves on screen. It does add a lot of time and expense to your post process, but it can give absolutely excellent results. I mean, this is kind of why you see it in the credits of every movie. Like, this is how it's done. This is the way people do it. There's, some pros and cons to it. Again, some actors tend to have mixed feelings about ADR. Some actors really love it. Some actors really hate it. Supposedly, the legend is that Marlon Brando absolutely loved doing ADR, that he would supposedly sometimes mumble his lines on purpose so that he would have the opportunity to go back and re-record them later. Supposedly, from what I've heard, Eddie Murphy absolutely hates doing ADR, and he will purposely ruin a take just so that it can't be used, so that he doesn't have to do ADR for that. And sometimes directors and filmmakers, especially when you're on a tight budget, some filmmakers have a phobia of doing ADR as well, because their big fear is that, if I shoot in April, by the time I'm finished, I get my final cut together and realize I need to do ADR, at the end of May, beginning of June, my actors might not be available anymore. And that's a valid concern, right? So, in one of the things that I would suggest to sort of combat that is, tell the actors up front, hey, here's your fee for appearing in the film. This portion of it is going to be held back. Like, you'll get this amount when we finish shooting, you'll get the rest once post is finished. And it's, again, it's not a guarantee, but at least it gives the actors an incentive to make themselves available if you need them again later, right? So this is kind of a before and after of what a difference ADR can make in a scene.
I know that. Libby knows that. So speak then. Such a suit will only cause us all considerable pain. And for what? You said it's not the money.
Tim said that since Mom smoked in the 50s, you can get a name on a class action suit against one of the tobacco companies.
Our mother has died, and in a practical this suit is not going to bring her back, pal. I know that. Libby knows that.
Speak for yourself, Frank.
So speak then. Such a suit will only cause us all considerable pain. And for what? You said it's not the money.
No, Taylor said that since Mom smoked in the 50s, you can get a name on a class action suit against one of the tobacco companies.
So, I mean, that kind of speaks for itself, right? The difference between the A and B. So again, sometimes you have a shot where there's really no good place to get the boom that it's not going to be in the frame. So those are situations where you just kind of say, okay, let's throw lobs on these people, and then we're going to have to go back and do ADR later. And this is kind of why, because again, the second one, you sound like, to me, the first one sounds like the perspective of someone who's behind a camera. The second one sounds like the perspective of someone who's in the room. Does that make sense? So again, that can be the importance of it. All right. So moving in now to sound effects and Foley, component to number 2. So first of all, what's the difference between sound effects and Foley? Basically, first of all, sound effects usually means things like environmental sounds. So that's going to be like explosions, gunshots, wind, birds, that kind of stuff. Foley is usually personal sounds, like the sounds of someone's clothes, moving as they walk across the room, the sound of footsteps, that kind of stuff. As I said, environmental is sound effects, personal, they say, what is it? If an object made the sound, it's sound effects. If a person made the sound, it's Foley, if that makes sense. Sound effects, they can be sourced from libraries or you can record them yourself. I highly recommend recording them yourself, but there are tons of libraries out there. If y'all are already aware, just something to make you aware of, about 4 or 5 years ago, the British Broadcasting Company made their entire sound effects library available for free. But it's only for non-commercial use. So like as student filmmakers, you guys could go crazy with it. I think it's about 4 or 5 gigs worth of just sound effects of like all kinds. If you Google it, you'll find a link for it somewhere. All right. Think outside the box. This is a big thing, In sound effects and sound design, what the sound is not always what it is. You know what I mean? Anybody know how Ben Burt in Star Wars, how they made the sound of the laser blasters, the pew, pew? What did he do?
I think they had something along the lines of a coil and I don't know what the specifics are.
You're on the right track. That's very close. Yeah, basically, the sound of the laser guns in the Star Wars movies is a guy hung a slinky, put a microphone on one end, and hit it with the stick at the bottom end. Pew, pew, because the sound waves, as they travel through the slinky, the high-frequency sounds move faster, the middle frequency sounds move a little slower, the low frequency sounds move the slowest. So when they arrive at the mic, the high frequency sounds arrive first, then the mid frequencies, then the low frequencies, and that's how you get that pew sound. Again, it doesn't have to be the real thing to sound real, right? All right, so as far as thinking outside the box, we're gonna watch a little short video that kind of illustrates how, how one single sound effect file can be flipped a couple of different ways. So this first one, again, I pitched it down a little bit, I slowed it down, I put a bell curve EQ on it to like cut out both the high end and the low end and leave just what's in the middle, and then added that nighttime forest sound. For this one, literally all I did was add that little thunder effect at the beginning. It is the exact sound file. All right, so Foley, again, is sort of, again, those personal sounds, the footsteps, things like that. And Foley is typically recorded to picture, kind of like how we talked about ADR. Like the Foley artist will sit in a studio with the scene on a monitor, and they will, you know, if it's footsteps, they will literally walk in time with the person on the screen and have a mic, you know, on the floor. And Foley studios are usually a specially designed sound stage. And one thing that I found, you know, weird and funny and interesting is that a lot of Foley artists are people who often have dance training. The one professional Foley artist I've ever met was a former dancer, and she said that it's a common thing because they have the coordination to be able to like do all these different things while they're looking at a monitor. So they just tend to be good at it. So next up, we're going to look at the Foley studio at Skywalker Sound and one of the Foley artists who works there and sort of take a look at how that whole Foley world works.
John Resch makes weird sounds all day long. It's his job. He's been doing it for nearly 40 years.
It's true. This job is a lot of fun.
He's worked on everything from E.T. to Interstellar. John's a Foley artist, Skywalker Sound, and this is his amazing sonic studio.
This is from Breakline. This is one of the swords that we utilized. It was a very large sword, which you used 2 hands on, so we want to make sure what we're doing had that same sound. So with this, I can make it sound big. Detail is our business. We want to make sure that whatever we see on that screen, we are making the most honest representation there are sonically. When I look at a scene, I hear the sounds in my head. So all I have to do is figure out, well, okay, that sound I hear in my head, how do I actually get that down on tape, if you will?
The place may look like a hoarder's garage, but everything has a purpose. Even the building is important. It was constructed just for the demands of Foley. It has a floor that goes all the way down to earth for solid thuds and footsteps, and a splash wheel that holds hundreds of gallons of water, just a thing to make aquatic sound effects.
Now in the back room, this is where all props are stored. And there is a method to the madness, believe it or not. It's funny, you see this as, okay, little kids club, right? Well, actually we use this in a video game recently for a footstep of a weird character. So what you see is not necessarily what you get. Again, that's the trick. Feather dusters, right? Just feather dusters? No, not necessarily. Let's see. Quiet guys, thank you. It could be a bird. And this is all the way from Helsinki, Finland, from Heikki Kossi, the most famous Foley artist in Finland. It's called Vita, and well, I'll have her sing to you now. You ready? First and foremost, Foley is one of the most fun jobs there can be, and yet, of course, it's the most difficult. Believe me. There are more astronauts in the world than there are Foley artists. But who would have thought? Robot? This is one of my favorite props. In Back to the Future, Marty borrows a scooter, pulls part of it off, and turns it into a skateboard. When I go to a movie, if the sound job is wonderful, I get lost in the film. In fact, that's what we all want. You know, we want to go just have the popcorn, sit back, and be taken away of whatever aspect we are, and that's a wonderful thing. That's what I love about this business.
All right, so again, that's sort of how Foley works. It is, as you said, it's all about the details, as I said earlier. The business is detail when it comes to sound for audio. You know, for one of the things that I've heard I think it was Ben Burt, who is the sound designer who actually did Star Wars and won the Oscar for Wall-E and a ton of other things. But he said the sound designer's ultimate goal is to have at least one recording of every single thing that ever made a sound. That's a complete sound library, right? Obviously that's impossible, but that's the goal. So next up, we're gonna look at music. Music is, again, it's by far the most subjective component of post-audio. It's often the part that a lot of filmmakers feel like the most nervous and hesitant around, especially if you're not someone who has a whole lot or much music training. But everybody listens to music, everybody knows what they like. It's kind of like art. People say, you know, I don't know art, but I know what I like. That's kind of how people are with music. Obviously, the job of music in film is to elevate the visuals, but never overtake them. The minute the music overtakes the images, you're now making a music video. You're not making a film anymore, right? So, you know, you have to be careful, but also take risks, I guess is what I'm saying. So we'll look at some of the ins and outs of working with a composer from a filmmaker's perspective. This next thing we're gonna look at, just to sort of, again, illustrate the power that music has when it's paired with images. This is called a thing we do, a lot of composers do this, I've done it a couple times. It's called Scene 3 Ways, and you take the same piece of video and score it, you know, according to trying to create 3 different moods or emotions. This one is not mine. This is from a guy named Grant Stinnett, so I don't want to take credit for anybody else's work, but let's take a look. All right, so there you go. I don't know about you, but for me, like the biggest contrast there was between the second one and the third one. Did anybody else feel kind of the same? Yeah. So yeah, again, what music you choose can heavily throw the emotion of your scene one way or another. So again, that's why we have to be really careful with it and really meticulous about it, right? So some pieces of advice for best results as a filmmaker working with a composer. Here are some of the things you can do to make working with that composer and the music that you get from it as good as possible. First thing to know is you do not need to be an expert in music, right? If you're an expert in music, you don't need me, right? So while you don't need to be an expert in music, you do need to have an idea of what you want, and you need to be able to communicate that to the composer. You know, whether it's, you know, verbally, whether it's, you know, using temp music, which we're going to talk about in a little bit, you have to have developed some kind of way of communicating, again, what you want to the composer. One thing I would always urge you to do is that, you know, even though you know what you want, stay open to possibilities, because the composer may have an idea about something that's, you know, that's not what you conceived of initially, but works as well or better, right? More for best results. Here's one thing that a lot of people don't do, especially, you know, smaller budget filmmakers, is your composer really, in an ideal world, your composer should already be hired, engaged, and working on the score before you even start shooting. There's several reasons for that. We're going to talk about a few of them, but number one is, you know, composers, film composers specifically, we are trained to work really fast. You know, I was told in my master's program, if I can't write, mix, and master 5 minutes of music in an 8-hour day, I need to quit. So, you know, again, we're accustomed to tight deadlines, but at the same time, if you can give us more time, we can give you something even better, right? So again, your composer should be engaged in working on the score before shooting begins. Do a spotting session. What a spotting session is where the director sits down with the composer. You know, typically, if you're hiring the composer after you've already filmed and have an edit, you sit down and watch the film. I have done this on films where I was coming in before shooting began, and the director and I actually literally just sat down with the script. And you literally are sitting and spotting out the places in your film where you're going to have music. Like, where does it start? Where does it end? What type of music it needs to go here? What instrumentation? What's the emotion? You know, so that your composer knows exactly, you've marked out exactly what you need from them, right? Also, you want to discuss whether the composer will work in what's called tentpole writing versus linear writing. The difference between those is basically, with linear writing, it's exactly what it sounds like. The composer starts with the first scene of the film and just slowly works their way through cue by cue till the end of the film. With tentpole writing, it's a little different in that basically the composer and the director sit down and identify the key scenes that have music in them throughout the film, like the really big moments, right? And the composer writes those pieces of music first, and then sort of uses those to tie the rest of it together. The benefit of the tentpole method is that the composer can actually work a lot faster, again, because if you think about it, if you've already mapped out what you're doing for those big moments, it's easy to work and build your way up to something when you already know what you're building up to, you know? So again, to me, I personally prefer the tentpole method, but some people prefer linear. All right, moving into the temp music debate. So a lot of you said you had not heard of temp music. Basically, temp music is a process, it's fairly recent, like in the last 20, 30 years, where the director will, as they're editing the film, they will add music, you know, existing music, maybe from other films or just, you know, songs from artists they like, to their edit, and they will edit to that music. It's, you know, opinions are mixed about, you know, the value of this process, but one thing that is, you know, it's hard to deny that this process has led to a lack of originality in film music in recent years, because everybody's just copying what everyone else did before, you know? Yeah, so, you know, like I said, it's one of those things where if you hire your composer early on, you don't really need to do the temp, because if they were working on the score the whole time you were shooting, by the time you're ready to start editing, they've got some of your score ready for you. and you don't need to use temp music. You can use your actual score. We're gonna take a look at this is a short clip from a much longer video. I would highly recommend you go watch this video in its entirety. It's on a YouTube channel called Every Frame a Painting. And this clip is from a video they did called The Marvel Symphonic Universe. And it kind of looks at music in Marvel movies. Some of the points it makes, this video came out in 2018, so some of the points it makes are a little outdated now, but a lot of what it says about how music works in the film industry is still very valid.
The first problem is that most of the music doesn't evoke an emotional response. Another problem is that the music is used very predictably, so that what you see is what you get. If you see something funny, you hear funny music. If you see something sad, you hear a high note on the strings. This is a really safe way to score a film, because all of the emotions are expected. The music just tells you the same thing as the picture. If someone was scared, then you hear. And this is the second reason the music is forgettable. It never challenges your expectations. Film music is incredibly subjective, and it goes through trends. And over the last 20 years, there's been a cultural shift. Nowadays, a lot of filmmakers feel that music should not be noticed.
That's a contemporary thing that I've heard very frequently. It's not supposed to be noticed. But why is it not supposed to be noticed? I grew up on Alfred Hitchcock's films, Bernard Herrmann, and I noticed every note. I find it a little bit baffling why that seems to be the consciousness of music and film.
There is one thing we haven't mentioned yet, and it's very important. Today, blockbuster movie scores are composed through a particular process. And that process starts with one controversial element.
Danny, you were on earlier when someone mentioned temp music. The pros and cons.
For me, temp music is the bane of my existence. It's my job to make the director forget everything he's heard in the temp. I won't listen to it once. I'll never listen to it twice. And if they're addicted to it, it's just going to make my job harder.
Let's back up a second. Temp music is when you're editing a film and you take music from another movie and use it temporarily in your cut, like this.
So that's the temp.
Temp music is always supposed to be replaced by a composer's original score. But sometimes, directors or producers will tell their composer to imitate the temp. To our knowledge, this is the only time the studio has publicly apologized for imitating temp music. But the far more pervasive effect is that now, most blockbusters are temped with each other's scores. So they kind of sound like each other, but just within legal limits. the Marvel franchise has become more popular, now other films sound like they were temped with Marvel music. We want to emphasize, we're not blaming the composers. Things don't get this way unless it's systemic. Before temp music became popular, directors would often reference other music as a way to talk to the composer. But what changed everything was modern nonlinear editing, which allowed a director to put their favorite music in the movie and have the editor cut to it.
Just right.
Now, the director points to the temp and says, make it like that. And it's not because the music is the right choice, but because they've listened to it.
Again and again and again for hours and hours, and like a new DVD that watch up and when you go back, and then another version the next day with the same music. And at some point, the music sticks to the picture. And you put music,
You spent a year with it before you were
of course, it's
And when you take, by the way, when you take that music out, often the cut isn't right because they're cutting to something that it's very frustrating.
Part of the frustration is that filmmakers just reuse things that worked in every other movie. So you end up with the lowest common denominator. Remember this? Let's try something different. So earlier in the film, Thor convinced his friends to do something illegal, and he was banished. Now, they're doing something illegal to find him. He's not asking for their help, they're giving it willingly. What if we heard this feeling in the music? We're not saying this is the right choice here, but it's worth trying out because it makes the scene emotionally richer. And all of the choices you see in Marvel films, the background noise, hearing what you see, adding a narrator, temp music, all of these stem from the same desire, to keep things safe. This is not bad music, it's just bland and inoffensive. And because Marvel sacrifices emotional richness for these safe choices, the end result is this.
Nobody remembers it. Right? So, again, that's what temp music is. From a composer standpoint, my feelings are kind of mixed. I'm okay with it as long as the director is using it to communicate what they want to me. I start getting, I'm less of a fan of it when the director, as the video says, nobody wants to be handed a piece of music and say, hey, here, write something just like this, So my advice to you is, if you do choose to use temp music, again, use the temp as a tool, not a blueprint. Use it as a tool as a way to communicate and tell the composer what you want, not necessarily as here, this is what I want, make it exactly like this, or as close to it as we can get without getting sued, right? So again, have conversations with the composer, around your temp score that are less, here's the temp, make it like this, and more, here's the temp and here's what I like about it, right? And again, just to bring it back full circle on this point, hammer it home again, maybe if you just hired your composer at the beginning, you don't even need to do temp music. And understand, people spend a lot of time putting temp music in these films. That film clip that I showed you at the beginning of that film that I scored, the director did a temp score for that. And That film is like 8 minutes long, and he spent a week putting temp music in that he knew was just that was just going to be replaced with what I wrote. So that's like a week of your life you could get back, right? Just by hiring your composer earlier on in the process. So next up, some things for you as filmmakers, what to look for in a composer. Like if you're looking to hire a composer for a project, these are some of the things you should look for. First, obviously, a talented musician, someone who is a good communicator. Not all good musicians are good communicators. We tend to spend a lot of time in rooms by ourselves, so some of us don't always have the communication skills. They have to be able to meet deadlines. Again, if you can't deliver on the deadline, you're no good to anyone. Ability to write and revise quickly. Again, deadlines are tight in film scoring, and somebody who can do this has to be able to do it quickly. The ability to interpret emotion through music, that should be obvious. And the ability to keep having ideas, right? When I'm writing a film, I'm writing for a film, I look at my job is to just keep having ideas until I land on what the director wants, right? As I've done it more and gotten more skilled over the years, I usually don't need as many tries now as I used to. It used to take me sometimes 3 to 5 tries to land on what the director wants. Nowadays, it usually takes me like 1 to 3. So again, that's a key thing. Here's one important note. If the composer has an alternate idea for a scene in terms of the music, they should be presenting that idea to you in addition to what you asked for, not in place of what you asked for, right? Don't put up with that, because that's just someone, you've hired this person and now they're literally just ignoring what you're saying, right? You don't want that. So as the composer, if I have an idea for the scene that's not what the director asked for, I'm going to do what the director asked for first, and then work on my idea and present both of them at the same time. All right, who owns the music? In film music, there's really 2 main types of sort of negotiation or types of deals that you'll find. You have a buyout deal and a licensing deal. Buyout deal is for like your big studio pictures. That's where the studio or the production company buys the rights to the score from the composer. And that's for a fee that's separate from the fee that the composer gets just for writing the music. And in licensing is used more in your more indie, lower budget projects, and that's where the composer is still paid a fee to write the music, but then understanding that the composer will then grant the filmmaker a license to use the music in their film. Most of the films I've done have been under licensing deals. I usually include in my contract, whatever music I wrote for your film, I won't use it for anything else for at least 5 years. So that you have time to if your film, whatever legs your film has, I'm giving you time where that music is exclusively yours, but I retain ownership of it. And again, that's a way of doing it more cost effectively for the filmmaker. And under both of these, thing to remember is that under both of these situations, the composer always retains the writer's share of their publishing. So they never fully give up all of their royalties, right? All right, question and answer. Anybody have questions? Anything? I know we kind of moved through a lot of stuff, so anything? Anyone? Yep. Yes.
Well, the obvious elephant in the room, AI compositions. How do you see that affecting?
I'm at the time, as of now, I'm familiar with the technology. I have used some of it. I think that as time goes by, there might be a shift towards it, but I also think that shift is going to come back, because especially for music for film, AI is never going to be able to interpret watch a scene and interpret the emotion of that scene. AI cannot do that. You can tell AI, hey, this is a sad scene, write me some music, And it'll give you something, but it's not going to be, the odds that it's going to be the thing, the perfect thing for that scene, to me is really low. And who knows, maybe it'll get better over time, but I don't, specifically in music for film, I don't see the human composer ever fully going away, personally. Any other questions? Yes? You get sued. Yeah, you get sued. Because again, the publishing that's it, Whoever owns the rights can sue you. All right. Yeah, one more question, we got to wrap up. Sorry, there's one more over here, yes. Honestly, I usually start off tapping a pencil on my desk. Every scene has a rhythm, and that rhythm is built out of the dialogue, the cuts, the movement within the scene, and I literally just sit and I'll put it on a loop, and I'll just sit with a pencil, and every time I feel a beat, I'll tap it, and once I have that rhythm, then that's what I build from there. I think that's the last question we can take. I'm sorry, we went super overtime. Thank you. Thank you.
You want to go back and get the mic taken off?
Sure.
Hello, sorry to bother you, but this was found in the girls' bathroom. They're beads. If you were a girl and you lost these in the girls' bathroom, please come collect them. Thank you.
I just need somebody to ride my audio levels up here on my video. I don't know if you have a crew member who can, yes. Thank you. Hello, good morning, everybody. All right, wow. You guys are way too excited and enthusiastic to be high school students. You must have had a great first session here, or you're really excited to get through this session and get to lunch. Yeah. Well, I'll try to keep things upbeat and keep things energetic. My name is Dan Zarrow. I am Chief Meteorologist for New Jersey 101.5 and 11 other radio stations that comprise Town Square Media, New Jersey. You can hear my forecasts on the radio between 3:30 a.m. and 7 p.m. throughout most of New Jersey. Not today. I happen to be taking a day off so that I can be here with you. Taking a day off tomorrow, but I'll be back on the radio starting at 3:30 a.m. on Monday. This is my 9th appearance here at the New Jersey High School Film Challenge and Workshops. Every year I try to bring a different area of my expertise and my experience along, and just try to give you some interesting insight from my career, from my job search experience, and just give you some real world insight into how things work. You know, I used to sit right where you are as a student of TV and film production, and now I'm kind of embedded sort of in that world, in news and weather. So hopefully I can give you a couple nuggets that you take away today. If not, maybe I'll be a little entertaining and make some corny jokes. I am a weatherman after all. So let me, there's my main radio stations that I'm on right there, Town Square Media, New Jersey. Let me give you a little overview of my background, because I think for this talk, that is especially important because we're talking about breaking news today. And the topic of news in general, you know, as a meteorologist, I've been working in newsrooms for about 20 years. My career in professional meteorology reaches 20 years this year. And I actually started in weather even further back, right here in beautiful Jackson, New Jersey, where I grew up. And it was actually just down the road here at the now former McAuliffe Middle School, where I gained a passion for weather. I realized that the weather combined everything that I loved at a young age. I liked science and weather and math and communications and public speaking. And so I decided at the age of 11 that I wanted to be a meteorologist. And I actually made that happen. When I was in middle school and high school, I started doing the weather for our morning announcements program, which was not nearly as complex as some of your productions are now in the high schools. Back then, Jackson Television was pretty much one student. That was me. We didn't have, you know, cool production buses and multi-camera productions and things like that. We did have a cool backdrop that somebody made that said Jaguar Weather, which was pretty neat. But I was a total dork back then. And then I went to college and I was even more of a dork. I went to Cornell University in Ithaca, New York. That's one of the 8 Ivy League colleges. I studied atmospheric science, a very intensive math and science program. But I learned the science of the weather, so I could really speak to exactly what the weather was doing. And I did that with an aim of wanting to do broadcasts. I wanted to be on TV, and I made that dream come true. I went out to Lawton, Oklahoma, also known as the middle of nowhere, and that's why I started my career in the summer of 2006. I was on the ABC affiliate there for 2.5 years. Lawton, Oklahoma is a pretty good place to study the weather, right in the middle of Tornado Alley. I did see 3 tornadoes personally while I was out there in the Texas Panhandle. That was a pretty thrilling experience, and I got to forecast them on a regular basis. Oklahoma is a very different lifestyle than here in New Jersey, and I did get a little homesick, so that was part of the reason why I came back east. And I actually ended up in Elmira, New York for a little bit at WENY-TV, the ABC and CBS affiliate. I was working in research back at Cornell for a time there. I came back to News 12 New Jersey and freelance for about 3 years. And I've been at New Jersey 101.5 for coming up on 12 years this summer. It was an amazing opportunity to come work at 101.5. I used to listen to it even when I was a kid. When I heard that Alan Casper, who was legendary meteorologist there for 22 years, when I heard he was retiring and I had the opportunity to take over for him, that was an opportunity that I could not turn down. So it is a unique career, it's a unique job, and all of these steps along the way that I've been in TV or radio, I have sat in newsrooms, whether it's TV or radio, and I've sat next to some amazing professionals who do amazing work, and I've got to see this news process play out each and every day. Now, over time, this idea of news production, how we put on a daily newscast, has changed dramatically. The world has changed dramatically. Technology has changed dramatically over the last 20 years. So when we think of breaking news, it's changed a little bit over time. I want to mention one other thing. I forgot about this slide. This is the reason I do what I do. My beautiful family, of course. My wife, Amy, my oldest son, Jackson, not named after my hometown, but it is quite coincidental that his name is Jackson. Griffin, Nathan, Tyler, and our new puppy, Riley, who is both the love of my life and the bane of my existence at times. Now, as I was saying, breaking news has come a long way. It's changed a lot in the last 20 years, and it's changed a lot in the past 60 years, too.
And now, for the next 30 minutes, As the World Turns.
For viewers of the CBS soap opera, As the World Turns, first word came at about 1:40 p.m. Eastern Time. It happened too quickly for cameras to be in place.
And I gave it a great deal of thought, Grandma.
Here is a bulletin from CBS News. In Dallas, Texas, 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade in downtown Dallas. The first reports say that President Kennedy has been seriously wounded by this shooting.
Then it was back to the soap opera, but not for long. Soon after, Walter Cronkite was back, reporting from the CBS newsroom, complete with rotary telephones and wire machines.
This picture has just been transmitted by wire. It is a picture taken just a moment or two before the incident. If you can zoom in with that camera, we can get a closer look at this picture.
And almost exactly 1 hour after his initial bulletin, this now famous announcement.
From Dallas, Texas, the flash, apparently official, President Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, some 38 minutes ago. Vice President Lyndon Johnson has left the hospital in Dallas, but we do not know to where he has proceeded. Presumably, he will be taking the oath of office shortly and become the 36th President of the United States.
So one of the most famous breaking news clips in history there, the infamous Walter Cronkite delivering some somber, serious news to the United States in 1963. The definition of breaking news, according to Wikipedia, also called late breaking news, special report, special coverage, or a news flash. It is any kind of current issue that warrants the interruption of a scheduled broadcast in order to report its details. It's something that's in the news or on the news that breaks the flow of a usual newscast. That's what I'm talking about here. So, you know, you think about, you turn on a regular newscast, whether it's TV or whether it's radio, or we're going to talk about digital news as well, which is kind of its own beast because that doesn't follow a regular news cycle. But anything that breaks out of the norm, anything that's special, maybe it's urgent, maybe it's, you know, something that's a really big story. That's what I mean by breaking news. And there's a lot of things that can fall into the category of breaking news. You might have noticed we had a rather large breaking news story this very weekend. You could argue that we have a breaking news story just about every week, but the attempted shooting at the White House Correspondents Association dinner was a rather large story that attracted a lot of press coverage, appropriately so, and so a lot of TV networks broke into that, and there was a lot of coverage online of that, of course. One of the biggest breaking news stories of my generation, of my growing up, of course, was 9/11. September 11th occurred on the 3rd day of my senior year of high school. I remember wanting to communicate the details of the day as it happened to the school. I was in the TV studio all day, and the principal very quickly put a stop to that, and I completely understand why now. But you know, little journalist Dan wanted to go into breaking news mode and shut that down pretty quickly. So instead, we had students like going from classroom to classroom, trying to, you know, get information out there as the terrible day unfolded in real time. Financial news often plays out as breaking news, and there are entire television networks, CNBC, et cetera, that play to that, and there's breaking news stories there every day. But breaking news is not just a national or global thing. You can have breaking news localized to a single town or neighborhood. A car crash can be breaking news. On New Jersey 101.5, we're very well known for doing traffic every 15 minutes. That can be breaking news. If there's a big accident that's affecting somebody's commute, that can be a big issue. If a local sports team or marching band, for instance, wins a championship or a big game, why not? That can be breaking news. That can be a big story that interrupts the flow. That can be a big deal for a local community. And of course, I have to include the weather. If there's inclement weather, if there's dangerous weather, that can be breaking news too. And I'm going to go into more detail about that in just a second. I have to use weather as my ultimate example of breaking news here because that's my wheelhouse. That's what I know best. And because it comes up all the time. It literally happens every year in the summertime with thunderstorms and hurricanes, and of course in the wintertime with snow here in New Jersey. Now, breaking news, as I said, it's evolved, and we've got cable news networks that have made quite a business for themselves of basically doing nothing but breaking news. And I could list off probably half a dozen cable news networks on either side of the aisle that do nothing but breaking news. And they can pose any possible news story that comes up as breaking news. Oh, this just in. Oh my goodness, this just happens. Breaking news, breaking this. And it gets kind of tedious after a while. Some of those stories may actually be breaking news, but maybe not. Now, I worked for a 24-hour news channel, as I mentioned. It was a local news channel, but I worked for News 12, and they've actually rebranded some of their breaking news coverage as Breaking Now to differentiate themselves, and I think it has a different connotation when they talk about what's breaking now. And I posted this picture in the middle. I wanted to show this. This is the only picture I have. This is as you're leaving the studios of News 12 New Jersey. And on that door at the end of the hallway, as you're leaving the studios, there's a sign there that's posted that reads, "What's new?" Our news director, when I worked there, his name was Randall Stanley. He posted this. We had a big meeting about it at the time because this was a brand new initiative as they were rebranding and revamping our coverage a little bit. And this was our new focus, that when we were going out in the field, when we were leaving that building, when we were putting together stories, putting together a newscast, we wanted to focus on what was new. What's going on now that our audience needed to know about? Okay. That's kind of relevant, right? Put yourself in the shoes of a news anchor, news reporter, news director. That's kind of what you need to get across, right? What is going on now? What is new? That's kind of what breaking news should be, not necessarily throwing out the urgency of breaking news every single time, every single story. So there's a lot of different ways to think about this, and you know, I have to ask the question, with all these different ways of handling it and you know, all these different mindsets and all these different channels, is breaking news broken? Do people actually pay attention to it anymore? Is it a term that's kind of lost its meaning over time? On the one side, I mean, you've got the overkill, you've got the oversaturation, so many sources that are giving you that information, and sometimes that information may be wrong. That's the most dangerous kind of breaking news, fake news, if you will. And you also have amateurs sometimes that are posting breaking news. This is a big problem on social media, where anyone can create a Facebook page and just start posting information. Now, sometimes that can be very helpful, where community members are sharing information with other community members. Again, take the car crash situation where, okay, I just saw this accident occur, there's traffic backed up, I lost my cat, I found your cat. You know, community information like that is fantastic to share, but sometimes that information can go really bad if police are searching for a suspect and we find the wrong suspect, and that can really fall into problems. And there are some really bad actors in this space, some amateurs that are just not doing well. You go down into a really deep category too here with parody publishers who post what sounds like breaking news, but it's actually completely fake. It's fabricated. You know, they'll say that the Delaware River is draining or changing names, or things that are completely untrue, but they'll make it sound and look completely professional and completely real. And because audiences out there are stupid, they will completely believe it. And that's a big problem for real broadcasters, because then we have to go in and we have to refute it. Sometimes I feel like half my job is defense sometimes. I have to defend the truth and go against what other people are saying that's just totally inane and stupid. So that's why people might say breaking news is broken. But on the other hand, I would say it's not broken. I would just say it is evolving. Just like my clicker is only sort of broken, it works occasionally. There we go. So it's evolving. Our news cycle is most definitely 24/7, 365. I mean, I talk in terms of newscasts now just because that's how I was brought up. But, you know, with the world of digital, newscasts are not necessarily the way we think anymore. Anybody can turn on any website or open up their app and get news anytime. Very few people are tuning in to the 11 o'clock news anymore. Does anybody here tune into the 11 o'clock news? I highly doubt it. Even your teachers are not, staying up till 11 o'clock to watch top stories before they go to sleep anymore. Only the older generation is doing that. It's just not the way we consume news anymore. Now, radio, where I work, we're actually doing okay because we have a little bit more of an appointment listening phenomenon with our audience. We've got a captive audience of people who get in their car and listen to us on their way to work, on their way home from work. Yes, people do listen to podcasts, music on their phone, streaming, but that does require a little bit of effort. They have to pull up some sort of curated audio experience. Radio is easy. It's in every car. You just have to hit the on button. We're always there. So radio is actually doing quite well, especially compared to television these days. TV news is in a real perilous position, and you're going to see some changes and probably lots of layoffs and consolidations in the coming years. That's my personal opinion. Digital, still the brave new frontier, but it's very hard to make money doing a news operation. News is expensive, and doing that digitally is very challenging to make money doing that. Just to give you an example of digital and the competition that's out there that makes it so difficult, one of the issues is that people can self-publish their own breaking news. As I was researching this talk, I just happened to go to the Jackson School District website, and they had a breaking news story posted themselves. They had a helicopter flying over the middle school earlier this week that they posted themselves. Not a huge story. It was just a heads up for parents who may have been a little concerned that a helicopter was flying over the school. But that's breaking news. That's important for parents to know that it wasn't anything serious. That wasn't something that a news outlet would cover, but they published it themselves. And that's something that companies, organizations, school districts can do now. Snow days, the other big one. Do you know how much business my radio station has lost because we don't read snow closings on the air anymore? 20, 30 years ago, that was everything. When I was growing up, to find out if school was closed, we had to listen to the radio to see if our school was closed. Nowadays, you probably get a phone call, an email the night before, you check the website, okay, school is closed, so we don't get that attention anymore, unfortunately. What's a snow day? I think we had a couple of those earlier this year. We'll We'll talk about snow days actually in a minute here, give you an example. Tap Into is a fascinating, hyper-local news source that's popped up around New Jersey. This is where franchise owners can start their own news site. They own the news site. Tap Into provides the technology and the resources, and it's this really cool partnership where you can sell advertising and publish your own news for your local community. I love Jersey Shore Hurricane News. I don't know if anybody follows them on Facebook. They come and they go, dormant on occasion. I've chatted with Justin, who owns that site. He does it out of a volunteer effort just to get information out there. He started it during Sandy 14 years ago to get information out during the storm, and now it's just a community information board on Facebook to get info out. And this guy is gaining steam in the weather community. Anybody ever heard of Ryan Hall, y'all? Anybody follow him on YouTube? He streams extreme weather around the country every day. So he's like, it's like if you watch gamers on Twitch, it's like that, except he's doing it with weather. He's streaming weather. He's got all these cameras and crawls and taking donations. You know, it's the same as if you're watching a video gamer, but he's doing it with weather. He does it at an exceptionally high level, and he makes a ton of money doing it. I'm kind of jealous of him, as is the rest of the weather community, for how successfully he's doing that. But these are all examples of other sources of breaking news that goes outside of the broadcast community. Now, as we go through the rest of this workshop here, I want to talk about why breaking news works, why it's so exciting, but also why it's so challenging. I want to walk you behind the scenes and show you how breaking news works, and specifically how breaking weather works, a real recent situation. And then I want to bring it home for you guys and talk about how you could kind of bring this home to your own school. Uh-oh. Maybe not. I went too far. And leverage this skill today and in the future. All right, so let's try this again. So this is the psychology of breaking news. Oh, come on. This was such a good one. You know what it is? I'll tell you why this video is not working. It's because I'm on the Jackson School District Wi-Fi, and this clip is from the movie Anchorman, where he yells breaking news and jumps into the pool. So they must filter out such clips. So anyway, imagine Ron Burgundy, Anchorman, yelling, you know, I have breaking news, and then cannonball and jumping into a swimming pool. It was very effective and very funny. We're connecting to the teacher network. So we won't have these problems anymore. Breaking news, meteorologist Dan Zarrow hacks the teacher network at Jackson School District and brings down the entire district, changes all students' grades to A. But I'll tell you what, when we actually get to show this video, there better be a lot of laughs and a round of applause. Not for me, not for the video, but for Mr. Noble getting it to work, okay? Hold that thought. No, hold it. When we get to show the video, it's for Mr. Noble, okay? This should be the only questionable video in my presentation, so if it doesn't work, we'll just move on. I kind of can't go on without my presentation because my notes are there, so we'll give it 10 seconds. Talk amongst yourselves about your favorite breaking news story of all times. or if you prefer, when I went through wilderness first aid training, if someone is seriously injured, the question you're supposed to ask them is, what is your favorite cheese and why? Just to get their mind off of whatever serious injury they have. So discuss your favorite cheese and why. Okay. Looks like it's playing for you. You want to take it back a slide? I think the projector timed out. Yep. Take it back a slide and I'll cue it. We'll make it all dramatic. All right, let's give this a try. Here we go. Let's talk now about the psychology of breaking news. The psychology of breaking news.
I've just been handed an urgent and horrifying news story. And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen. Cannonball!
Totally worth it. Most important clip of any presentation I have ever given. Thank you, Mr. Noble. Very good, very good. All right, so, when I give these workshops, I like to make it a little bit interactive, and I promise I'm not going to call on you if you're not raising your hand, but there's lots of right answers to these questions that I'm about to ask. Thank you. Very good. So why is breaking news such a draw for viewers and listeners? Who cares? Why do people actually tune in? Why do people actually want to watch or listen? Breaking news. Anybody have a thought? What do you think? So you get one authoritative voice, right? And hopefully that's the correct information. I like that answer a lot. Very good. What's another reason we listen to breaking news? You feel special for getting something new, and hopefully it's the newest information that's available, right? Very good. What else? You want to know what's happening around the world. Very good. You get that global perspective. Very good. Let's go over here. Oh, yeah. My mother was one of those people. She would watch the news like constantly 24/7 when something was going on. It's exciting, right? Breaking news, any kind of news is exciting. We just can't turn away from it. Absolutely, 100%. What you got? People are nosy. Yeah, that's true. Whether it's global news or all. Oh, see, people love that answer. Very good. What do you think? People want to know what's going on, especially if it's relevant to them, right? I mean, if we take it from global to a local scale, that's very important. Good. Tragedies, yeah, that's good. The danger aspect, very important. They want to know they're safe. Yeah, let's take two more. Adrenaline rush, very good. Divisive, okay, good. So we want to see all sides of the issue, or maybe we just want verification of our side. Okay, good answers all around. All right, so I forget what's next here. Is this my friend? Okay, so let's take a look at this guy and how he prepares for a breaking news hit on TV. This guy's in Connecticut. He's about to report on a fire that happened.
Hi, Dan. Testing now. Sorry, I was trying to get information. I have video on my phone. I'm going to hold it up and you can zoom into it at some point after we show the scene. I just got it from this guy who's in access to it.
What color do you call that? Beige? Beige house? We're live on the street with fire right now. And he's talking. Let's get right out to NBC Connecticut. It's Andrew Rowan with all the late breaking details. Andrew, what do we know so far?
Well, Kevin, firefighters are beginning to clear the scene here on Toller Street. I'm going to show you what we see from our vantage point. That tan house with the brown awning and roof, we just learned from the assistant fire chief here in East Hartford. Joelle just sent this video. I'm going to try to hold it if Matt, our photographer, can zoom in. This is what firefighters were dealing with when they arrived. A little bit before 10:30, you can see some of that smoke coming from the roof of the building. So we're going to get more information as firefighters. There's 7 fire trucks here at this point as the day goes on. Try to get more information on the condition of that victim when they said was taken to the hospital. Thanks. Did you see it? Did it work? Okay, cool.
All right, so what I like about this clip is, if you drove by this scene or you lived nearby and you heard the fire engines, you were probably insanely curious about what was going on, right? This was relevant and interesting to you. What I don't like about this clip was, what did we learn? There was a fire, one person went to the hospital, and this guy was grossly unprepared. I mean, he showed us a video on his phone. Now, when we watched the Walter Cronkite video earlier, he had a picture that he held up to the camera. That was technology 60 years ago. We haven't gotten any better here. That guy could have emailed that video to the control room, and they could have done better. They could have brought that up later in the newscast to revisit the story or something better than what he just did. I did not like that at all. A lot of times, they're just going to bring you breaking news because it's something to show you. A lot of times, they're just going to send out a reporter because it's a visual. There wasn't much visual to see at the scene there. The fire was out by the time they got there, by the time they went on the air, so that was the best they could do. So unfortunately, sometimes the story is kind of over and they kind of have to make it up at that point. Now let's look at the breaking news phenomenon from a newsroom perspective, from both the station and the employees. Why does it become a priority for newsrooms to cover breaking news? What do you think? Say that again? It keeps people engaged, right? This is a part of their brand, right? When you use news as part of your product, people expect you to cover these things, and it keeps them coming back, 100%. What else? Why else is it a priority for newsrooms? I have an answer to this question that I bet no one is going to get, and if you get it, I'm going to be very impressed. Exactly, increased viewership. Yes, more people are going to be watching, so you got to make sure you cover it. Yeah, it sounds a lot better. It sounds a lot more interesting, doesn't it? Can't look away. We talked about that earlier. Yep. What else? And specifically, I watched this channel, right? I watched channel 7. I watched channel 4. I watched channel 2. Let's take this from the reporter's standpoint, right? This may break their career if it's something big. It's exciting for them. This is what they train for, to do this big thing. I mean, that dude that we just saw in Connecticut, I don't know that he trained all his life to go report on a fire for 30 seconds, but if it's a big story, it's a big deal for them, and they may want to put it on a reel and may open doors for them. You get interviews from bystanders, you get interviews from officials, you're getting more connections, and those people may watch your station. We haven't hit the big one yet. We haven't hit the one that I knew you wouldn't get. You could still impress me, though. What do you think? We want to be first. Oh, that's a big one. And we're going to talk about that more in a second. So hold that thought. Why do news stations exist? First and foremost, they are a business. Therefore, they have to make money. Breaking news is big business. It draws in viewers. More viewers means more advertisers. More advertisers means more money. It's unfortunate, but when there's big breaking news, it eventually translates to more money for news stations. And that's why it's such a big deal to cover this stuff, because we want those eyeballs, we want those dollars. All right, this clip is one of my favorite news clips of all time. And that's the only introduction I'm going to give you.
Everything appeared to be going as planned just before this plane nose stuff. I'm sorry, this is the wrong video.
Live at 8 a.m. This is Good Morning Texel, your number one morning news source.
Hell, we were talking about a plane crash and a cat showed up.
That's my old TV station in Lawton, Oklahoma, shortly after I left. That was my old weekend morning show broadcast shortly after I left. And that clip made national headlines because, yes, they were talking about a plane crash, and they showed a video of a cat in a dryer, by the way. Not sure why they even had video of that, but that's where they went. So, next question for you. Why is breaking news such a huge challenge? Relevant to that last clip, by the way. Yes? There's no information on breaking news. You are kind of making it up as you go along. You got to get it from the source and piece it all together. Absolutely. Everything's happening quickly, no time to prepare. Very competitive. Everybody's kind of doing the same thing you are. Absolutely. In the back? Very stressful. Breaking news is like you're on the edge of your seat for minutes and hours at a time. Yeah, it's live. This is TV at its best and radio at its best, honestly. I mean, you're proving that you're live at this point. To an extent, that's a good thing when you prove you're live. I mean, I always say live radio at its best when we flub, but sometimes you get a cat instead of a plane crash, and that's a little embarrassing. Yes? Yes, it can be very easy to drag things on and get wordy and you just talk and talk, but you got to hit it and forget it and move on to the next thing, and maybe you come back to it, but unless it's a big story, you're not talking about it forever. In the back? Mess-ups can cost money. How so? I like how you're thinking about the money factor now. You caught my drift here. Yeah, lawsuits and advertisers, absolutely important here. I actually have so many answers for this one. The other thing that I'll mention here is that a lot of times when somebody rolls in the TV world, when you roll on a breaking news story, you're alone. You're working by yourself. You might be in a town or a community that you've never been before, and you might be talking to people that you don't know. So this is like a brand new world. This is like, hyper-local, hyper-specific information that you don't have, and so you are really starting fresh, and especially for someone, fresh-faced, brand new in the industry, it can be a very intimidating experience. Now let's go back to Mr. Cronkite. Same clip I showed at the beginning. And I'm going to narrate it this time to kind of show you why he is so good at what he did and what makes this clip so incredible when he broadcast it. This was from the very beginning of his career at CBS Evening News, where he was the lead anchor for many decades, again, from November 1963, announcing the death of President Kennedy.
President Kennedy died.
Speaking with authority. So he's vamping here. He's translating to Eastern Time on the fly. Look at the gravity of this situation, literally hitting him. His voice wavering, letting the emotion actually show. Answering that question of what comes next, and then showing his expertise. He knows he's going to be the 36th president. He knows JFK was number 35. He's going to be number 36. He had that information kind of stored in his brain and could pass that along. This was a story that nobody expected to cover this day. They didn't even have cameras ready when that story broke, but that's where it went, literally an hour later. All right, let me show you my breaking news story. And this is a different kind of breaking news story because this broke over the course of a week. and we're going to go to February of this year and talk about the blizzard of 2026, which everybody in the room, I think, is from New Jersey or very close to it. So everybody got a whole lot of snow back in February, and I got to forecast it, and I got to cover it, and I want to show you what happens behind the scenes as we dealt with it. And in order to tell this story, I have to tell another story from about 5 years ago. This video is from the remnants of Hurricane Ida, which came over New Jersey on September 1st, 2021. It was a remnant tropical storm at that point. It made landfall around Louisiana, came up through the country, and then came through New Jersey. And it dropped about a foot of rain in 4 hours over New Jersey. A foot of rain in 4 hours, and caused some of the worst flooding in the state we have ever seen. It caused many deaths here in New Jersey. And it was a very dramatic situation. I ended up canceling my vacation for this storm. I was on vacation that week. I saw on Sunday how bad it was going to be, and I'm like, you know what? I am not going on vacation. That alone sends a message to my audience about how bad this storm is going to be. I'm going to work instead, and I'm very glad I did. The storm hit on Wednesday of that week, and I worked a 24-hour day in order to cover that storm. The aftermath of that storm, even though my forecast was right on and we worked through the night to get information out to people, the message I got from our general manager was our coverage was inadequate, and he didn't know that the storm was going to be that bad. That was obnoxious, to say the least, because the audience had a different opinion. But what that said is that there was a breakdown in communication internally at our radio station. And communication is everything. You know, we are professional communicators to our audience, but what we needed to do for this breaking weather situation clearly was set up a communication system between all our different departments that had to have to interface during a breaking weather event. So I'm blessed that I am the top of the food chain when there's a weather event in New Jersey. When something's going on, what I say goes. If I need something, if I need support, if I need to get on the air, if I need you to get off the air, I'm chief meteorologist, you get out of my way. I'm so blessed to have that say so, because weather is that important to us as a brand and to the people of New Jersey. That's why my department's at the top. But then we also have the news department and our programming department. That's our on-air hosts. We have our digital people. The engineers have to know if our equipment's going to go off the air, if we're going to lose power. Our traffic people may have to make arrangements. Our sales people may have to sell special packages because we have a snowstorm coming in. And yes, our managers have to know what the weather's going to be too, so that they're not taken by surprise, because apparently they don't listen to our radio station ever. But what we did was we came up with a really cool system. And this is actually the first time I'm talking about this system in public. And I feel like I should do this more, because this is like the backbone of severe weather operations at New Jersey 101.5. It's a 3-step system. And it's really simple, but it works really well. Whenever there is dangerous weather threatening New Jersey, any kind of hazardous weather that could affect somebody's day, severe thunderstorms, or if the wind is going to be over 40 miles an hour, anything that could really cause any kind of havoc, down trees, power outages, we call that a weather-aware day. And all this means is I am going to send an email out to our entire staff to let them know the weather's going to suck today. And that's it. They're going to talk about it a little more. They're going to say, hey, tune into Dan's forecast. I'm going to be talking about it in my forecast anyway. I'm going to monitor it to make sure it doesn't get any worse. And everybody's just on the same page that we have this kind of code yellow weather-aware day. Now, the next level above that is a weather alert day. This is where the weather gets downright dangerous. This is where, the governor issues a state of emergency because the roads are dangerous. This is like a blizzard day or a hurricane day or a tornado outbreak day. This is where our newscasts are like all weather. Our talk show hosts are talking about weather. Our station kind of becomes all weather content. It's not necessarily all me, but because New Jersey is all talking about weather, we're talking about the weather because people expect us to be talking about what's going on, and that's the big story of the day. There is a step above this, and this is the step that we took for Ida. This is the step we took for Sandy back in 2012. Other than those two, we have not done it since, but we have it in our back pocket. We have a plan for wall-to-wall coverage. That's what it's called. This means we blow out everything. No commercials, no newscasts, no standard traffic updates. We just go. We just talk. And occasionally we'll throw it to traffic for an update. Occasionally we'll throw it to news for an update. Maybe we'll bring in the governor for a phone call. We won't even take listener phone calls usually when we're in wall-to-wall coverage. We will just talk about what's going on in New Jersey. And I'm sitting there in studio and talking there with our talk show hosts when it's a weather thing, and we will just give out that information. TV has the same thing. TV loves to go wall-to-wall. I used to do it all the time for tornado coverage in Oklahoma. I did it on News 12 for Hurricane Irene in 2011. That was an incredible experience. And they do it for tornadoes and things too. But this is our common language at 1015. And all it takes is an email to activate all of these, and everybody knows exactly what to do and exactly what's expected. So when we talk about breaking news, this preparation of having this plan in place is everything. We have the same plan for news too. So, our news also has News Aware, News Alert, and wall-to-wall. So if a big story happens in news, and this is usually a much shorter fuse, someone important dies, or something big happens in the state, a gigantic fire, or some sort of terrorist attack, we can put any one of these systems in place with just an email. Now, how the blizzard played out. We will start with Tuesday, February 16th, when in my crystal ball, I saw the possibility of a big storm brewing about 5 or 6 days out. That's about the timeline where I start getting worried that we could have a big storm. Anything beyond that, like I'm watching it, but I'm not sweating it out. But that Tuesday is when I first said publicly in my weather blog, hey, we're watching this. The first thing I did on Wednesday, I went to the grocery store. And I stocked up for my family, and I got bread and milk. Because if I didn't do that then, and I waited until the forecast firmed up, everybody else would have panic bought ahead of me. So I have to be ahead of everybody else and make sure that we get our storm supplies before the storm actually becomes official, because as the storm gets closer and closer, I get busier and busier. On Thursday, I sent my first specific forecast email. I send this every morning, but this is the first one that actually included a mention of up to 24 inches of snow. The storm, by the way, is coming Sunday night into Monday. This was President's Day weekend, I believe. So Monday was really prime time for the storm. Thursday is when I'm telling our team, okay, we're kind of weather aware, weather alert at this point, up to 24 inches of snow. We're not talking about that number on air yet, but behind the scenes, this is what we're preparing for. On Friday morning, I had a Teams meeting with some of our key people, the managers in the building, just so we could start talking about our plans, because there were some big challenges here with this particular storm, and we're thinking ahead. And the big challenge here is our weekend and overnight staffing. Here's the secret. New Jersey 101.5 is not staffed in person 24/7. Thanks to modern technology, we are automated part of the time, overnights and weekends. But we can change that at a moment's notice when something is going on. This is one of those situations where we needed to change that. So we brought in staff, or we scheduled staff to work from home throughout the storm. I had some challenges too. My son's birthday party was scheduled for the Saturday of this weekend. That's a big deal. I mean, I'm not missing out on trampoline park for my son turning 8. And the other thing was our Cub Scout troop, for which I am the assistant Cub master. We were taking 120 people to medieval times on the Sunday the storm was set to hit. Another big deal that we had to manage in terms of schedule and in terms of whether we were going to have the trip at all with the impending storm. We'll come back to those things in a second. Saturday comes along and I am in like 24/7 operations. I am monitoring the storm, I am forecasting the storm, I'm putting out information on air and in digital form. I'm talking to my on-air team and our digital team constantly about what we're doing and how things are developing. And then Sunday is go time. We're all into storm mode starting at 3 p.m. So this is when we're in that weather alert thing. We don't go wall to wall for this storm where we blow out commercials and everything, but we go weather alert where we go all weather. We play music too, but everything we talk about is weather because it's a serious storm. It's a big one that really shut down the state. And then by Monday, the storm rages on, but by daybreak, the storm is, my job's done. Like the forecast is done. It's the news team's turn to talk about the aftermath. Like I talk about how skies are turning sunny at that point. You know, there comes a point where there's no more forecasting to do. So it's kind of nice. To recap, Griffin had a great birthday party that Saturday. We were able to do that. Yes, round of applause for little Griffin. I don't know if he deserves that round of applause because he is a pain in the butt sometimes, but he sure is cute. This is actually the forecast I put out. Notice the timestamp at the top so that I could accommodate Griffin's birthday party. I published it at 5 a.m. on Saturday. And I mean, we're talking 12 to 20 plus inches of snow. We ended up with 22 to 24 inches right around here, actually. Northern Ocean to southern Monmouth County was the bullseye for the storm, about 2 feet. So it turned out to be pretty serious. To give you a look, here's behind the scenes, our holdover crew. This was the crew that slept over Sunday into Monday. Our news director, Annette, in the middle there. Mike Brandt worked like 12 hours on air doing the on-air shifts. That's Thomas, our news producer. Jen and Dan work in the newsroom. This is where I slept. Took over an office with my amazing cot. I love my cot for station sleepovers. This is just a fact of life. When you work in the news business, sometimes you have to sleep on the floor of the newsroom when you have to cover these things. Sometimes you can get a hotel room, but when there's 2 feet of snow coming, this is just the way it works when you have to be on air for 30 hours straight. This is a video that I made as the storm raged on. This was early Monday morning, so this is President's Day, as I'm telling people why hitting the road is not a good idea. Now, I want to mention that I went outside about 5 minutes before I started shooting this video, and you can see just how much snow has accumulated on my head as I shot this video for our morning update. Storm rages on across New Jersey. Remember that classic definition of a blizzard includes not only heavy snow, but also gusty winds, and that continues throughout this morning. We're only going to see the storm's intensity dial back a little bit beyond daybreak here. Snow is not going to start tapering off until midday, lunchtime today. We'll see that snow come to an end from west to east once we get into this afternoon. So we still have a long way to go with several more inches of accumulation to come for most of New Jersey through the daytime hours today. I think we're going to see about 2 to 4 more inches on the ground for the coast, which will be the last spot to see the snow come to an end. Could be upwards of 6 to 8 more inches on the ground. Again, ending this afternoon, our blizzard warning set to expire at 6 o'clock this evening. So long way to go. Be smart, stay safe, and stay warm out there. Eric? It was very cold. I had snow accumulating in my beard and mustache. We ate very well during this storm. The Ewing Diner braved the snowy conditions and brought us like an amazing amount of food. I just want to mention like staying fed and hydrated during news and weather events is important, and taking care of yourself, and that was actually made easy during this storm. We did not do that well during the January ice storm, so that was like a priority for our team. Unfortunately, when I got home, I had to shovel this giant mess. That's just a reality of being a homeowner and having to work the blizzard, but we got it done. And we do have a tradition in the Zarrow household. When Daddy is away, I come home to my favorite treat. My family makes me Rice Krispie treats when I have to stay away for a snowstorm. This time around, they decided to get a little fancy, and they put chocolate chips and Starbursts in my Rice Krispie treats. The chocolate chips were great. The Starbursts were not. Just saying. But that's become like a thing here in New Jersey, that Dan always gets Rice Krispie treats after a big snowstorm. After the storm, I did stay late on Monday to publish a list of snow totals, which people really care about for some reason. That's actually one of my top web posts of the entire year so far. And, you know, I talked about the self-care and the aftermath. We have to keep reporting on the storm, the aftermath, the cleanup, the continued storm closings, which we had school closings until Wednesday or Thursday of that week. And then we have to look at the assessment of how we did. You know, how was the forecast? How was our coverage? and what can we do better next time. I think that's a really important step for any professional in this space, is to look at what we can do better next time. And I will just brag, I was the Town Square Media National Employee of the Month for our amazing efforts during the storm. Thank you. Besting about 2,000 employees from the entire company, I'm honored to have been nominated and taking the prize for the first time since I've worked there. That was a pretty amazing honor. So here's how to learn breaking news, things you can think about now. And you know, the number one thing you can do, whether this is a world you're interested in or not, you can be a discerning consumer of news. You know, think about what you're looking at, especially if it's something urgent or relevant to you, and you can support local journalism. You know, I talked about Tap Into, I talked about these local Facebook pages and social media feeds. If it's something you like, follow them, like them, comment, share. That really does go a long way. Now, in terms of school TV programs, whether you can cover news or breaking news, sometimes you can and sometimes you can't. Maybe it's a conversation to have, and maybe that conversation stops at the teacher, stops at the principal, stops at the school board. That depends. I told you what happened on 9/11 when I tried to do something. We had a brand new principal at the time. She was evil, and it was probably for the best, but that's how that played out. So that kind of depends what you can do now, but maybe something to think about. I'll just say that practice makes perfect in terms of, you know, your delivery and what kind of production you can put together. And the more you plan, the better it's going to get. If you can think about how you cover breaking news now, I showed you our plan, those 3 different steps, those 3 different levels we can take things. You know, you might think about what different kinds of channels, whether, you know, a video broadcast or web articles, how often you update, who does what and when. That's the kind of stuff you think about. And the other nice thing about being a student, for the record, or about being a young professional, don't be afraid to fail, but definitely learn from your mistakes. One time I was covering an ice storm in Oklahoma, and I went on the air and I was struggling with this forecast, and you know, this was a breaking weather situation, and I went on and say, you know, I see nothing there from this 3rd round of this ice storm. I think we're done. Well, spoiler alert, we weren't done. The ice storm continued to rage on for several more hours, but I learned from that mistake, and I'm a little more cautious about my forecast, so I learned from it. As you go into a career, if you're looking to do this professional, you don't necessarily have to go to school for journalism or production, but it does help. Connections and credentials are important, though. And, you know, it's also good to find a niche. You know, I love this quote from the original CSI from the first season. It's our job to know stuff. I'm the meteorologist at our station, but anytime there's a science story, they come to me. Anytime there's an earthquake or a meteor or tidal wave tsunami, they come to me because I can talk intelligently about science, even though that is not my expertise. So, you know, if you know about something, if you have a passion for something, maybe you can turn that into some sort of communication or news thing. Anyone can start a Facebook page or Instagram feed or TikTok account or website about anything, just for the record. Make it a hobby, or maybe turn it into a career, I don't know. So quick recap here. We talked about how breaking news is exciting for audiences, a priority for newsrooms, and challenging to execute. And then we ran through the blizzard of 2026, which is just one example of an extended breaking news workflow. I showed you how that worked. Students can jump into the wild world of breaking news now or at some point in a career. And just about anyone can do breaking news, but can you do it right? You can, with preparation and communication, and my advice to you in everything you do is to always make it a learning experience. And with that, it is exactly 11:15. How about that? I thank you so much for coming today and for your attendance. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Best of luck with the film festival. And if you have questions, feel free to come up afterwards, and I'm happy to entertain. Thanks, everybody.
Good crowd today, good crowd. All right, I am Mr. Noble, this gentleman here.
Hey folks, Mr. Ferrone, good to see everybody.
Wow. All right, and just for the record, this is going to be said, this is Mr. Ferrone's retirement year. He's leaving, this is his last one.
He did that on
35 years teaching, and this is his last year. Round of applause to Mr. Ferrone.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, couple of housekeeping things. So we're going to show all the films that won awards. We're going to show the category first, and then the film will come on, and we're going to watch the film. If it's your film that won, go ahead and at the end of the film, make your way down here, stand over there. When it's over, come right up these stairs, meet us here, and give your thank you speech. Any schools that have to leave early, yes. Any schools that have to leave a little early, hopefully you're sitting towards the back of the room. Try to do that towards the end of a film, and then you guys are going to be right where the food was served. That door there is where those buses are going to pull up early. Everyone else, when the night's over, you're going to go straight out this door, and then not left. You're going to go straight down out there. All your buses are parked up along the perimeter of that giant parking lot out there. There'll be security to let you guys know. What am I missing? Anything else?
No, except that when you head out that way, you'll see the first thing you'll hit is the library. And then take a left.
We're going to go straight out this door. Sandy said right there, they'll walk across the grass.
All right, straight out it is.
All right. All right, you guys ready for some awards? All right. First category. Matt, bring up the category. All right.
And
here we go.
You promised we wouldn't do this again. Let me know. Help! Are you there? Riley? Come on! I know the right things. Why would this happen again? Let me out. Please work. The light's fading. I need a break. When will this end? I'm ready now.
Hello? Hi, my name is Tim Liu. I'm a middle school student. And first of all, I would like to say thank you. And Yeah, I make this film. People say my film was high school movie, even when I worked solo. And this film challenge really pushed me. I had many issues with the film, and I still never gave up. And yeah, I would like to thank Mr. Lemmy for everything he has provided to me. And it has truly been an honor. Thank you.
Hey, congratulations.
All right. One other thing I'm going to mention. Some of the films received more than one award. So if that's the case, the first award that film wins, we're going to show the film. The other awards, we'll show the name of the winner on the screen. Just head up at that point, and we're going to show a clip of your film as you're coming up. Just want to say that now before I forget. Next category.
All right, let's move into our next category. This is one of my favorites. I like this. The winner for Best Sound Design is...
Crap.
I would recommend keeping your eyes on the road, Riley.
Why?
It is the recommendation in case there is an error.
But you're the one driving. Also, you're perfect, right? Drive. Oh. Yellow.
Hi.
Oh, Hannah, hey. I'm actually on the way to the party right now. I've got one of those fancy new AIs in my car.
Oh, about that, sorry. I didn't know you were on your way over. I forgot to tell you the party's kinda canceled.
But you promised.
Yeah, something came up. I'll see you at work tomorrow, though.
Hi. Just try out with Todd again. All right, turn us around. What the hell?
My apologies, Riley. My system required a compulsory update.
While you were driving? Like, oh my god, you could have gotten me killed. Man, I gotta get you checked out. Hey, driver, we're going a bit fast.
I'm going within regulation, Riley.
No, you're going 30 over. Look.
I am not bound by your safety. My only promise to you is to get you to your destination. In what condition is unspecified.
Hey, I'll shut you off. What the? Driver? Driver!
Destination reached.
All right, Scotch Plains Fanwood.
Oh my God. I don't know what to say. Thank you guys so much. I'd really like to thank Leela, Ryan, Mr. Moscow, and everyone else who worked on this film.
kidding. Thank you guys so much. Really loved working on this, and thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Scott's playing his
All
favorite
right.
high school.
And the next category is Best Screenplay, and the winner is...
Hi. Are you new around here? I haven't seen you before.
Nope. Lived here my whole life.
Really? I don't know how I could have missed you. I'm Riley, by the way.
Charmed.
Nice to meet you, Charmed.
Huh? My name's not Charmed. It's Arizona.
Arizona. Like state.
Good one.
Thank you. Arizona's a pretty name.
Thank you.
I'm heading inside. You want me to grab you anything?
Iced tea would be nice.
Iced tea. Arizona.
Yeah.
The tea. Arizona. It's good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, honey.
Hey, beautiful.
Stop it.
Make me.
It's...
Just this, please.
Riley. I think I'm stupid.
Sorry. Okay, I left my wallet at home. I just desperately need this. All right, I'm sorry.
No, I'm calling her daddy.
No, don't call my daddy. Don't call my dad, please. Look, this is all I got. Take it.
Half of this is trash.
All right, well, just hear me out. You know, I got a good reason for this, right? It's not like I would do it for nothing.
All right, let's hear it.
The most beautiful girl in the world is outside, and I promised her I'd buy her one, okay? So, she's one of a kind, though. Come on.
Riley, baby, you cannot get attached at your age. You gotta get out there a little bit, play the field.
This one's different. Come on, please. I'll come back and I'll pay you with cash later. Yeah, I mean, you know where I live. It's not like I can hide from you.
You promise to come back and pay for
Yes,
this?
I swear to God. Yes! That's what I'm talking about. I love you. I'm sorry. I love you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You're lucky I was young and in love once, too. One of a kind, huh?
All right. Is anyone from Kingsway here? I don't think they were able to make it today. No? Oh, that's a shame. All right. Now we're going on to the next category.
All right, our next category is Best Use of the Prop. And the winner is...
Hello? Must have been the wind. In the building. Indoors.
Right. Riley.
There it is.
You must take this key.
Hey, Mom. Not QB.
You must take this key and promise to...
God, I've been holding that in all practice.
Can you focus? This is destiny.
You must take this key and promise to... Enough! You promised.
I literally didn't. What even was that?
Leaving so soon?
Why does everyone in the school sneak up like Batman?
You know you can't leave, right?
What?
You must fulfill the prophecy.
I have to be home in 20 minutes.
You better move quickly then.
Bro, what's the key for? I have to fulfill the prophecy or I lose Hubie. Who's Hubie? Yo! What type of prophecy involves school lockers? Nope, absolutely not. But Hubert depends on it.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Leave.
You've got to be kidding me. Wait a minute.
You promised.
No, I didn't.
But in your heart, you did.
That does not mean anything.
Oh, Hubie, I would never let anything happen to you.
We need house lights for this part. When they come down, you need house lights, guys.
Congratulations.
You're a lot taller in person.
Thank you. Shout out to my crew. Shout out to everybody. Y'all want to say something? Shout out to Mr. Bediglio right there. He's recording.
Shout out to Mr. A. He's amazing, and that's about it. I just want to say thank you for all of the crowd. Thank you for all of the applaud. I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you so much. I appreciate you all. Thank you.
By the way, something else to mention, this is all live, by the way, so if any of you guys have family, friends, or anyone that wants to be watching it, if you go to YouTube and type in Jackson Television, that's us, you click it, it's right there live right now. So, and it'll also be there when you get home if you want to watch it later on. All right, next category is Best Production Design. And the winner is...
I really want to be a better person. Please, you have to trust me. That better be a promise, Riley. Or else, I just can't do this anymore. I promise. Right, I'm heading out. Yeah, see you soon. Riley? Riley! You lied to me. Spencer, please, I know I messed up. You have to listen to me. No, I can't. I can't keep looking over you. You're not a child. Wait, please come back. Spencer, please, you have to listen to me. I can't lose you. Get off of me.
Hi. Oh my God. Oh wow. Okay, I'm up here. I'm nervous, really nervous. Hi, hello. I want to thank all of you for coming here to watch this film. I mainly want to thank my crew. Without them, we wouldn't be up here. We had such an amazing time. I would totally do this again, but it's my last year, so oh well. But I still had a great time, and I want to thank all my teachers for supporting me. Cried a lot, but they were there for me. And yeah, I want to thank you all. And yay.
Thank you, guys.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Dole, one of my favorite things about this high school film challenge is when we walk off and we just wait for the school to recognize it's their video. And we know how that feels, and it's so exciting. So thank you for the memories for today. It's been so much fun so far. All right, our next category is Best Cinematography, and the winner is...
Psychopathic, insane, a nuisance to this town. $5,000, all yours, dead or alive.
We'll get this guy. Me and Riley the Rugged, we'll get it done.
Let's go, all right?
What's the rush, cowboy?
Surely you don't want to stay outside with all these murderers out here.
All right, I'll let you guys go. Only safety and prosperity, no tricks, I promise.
So, you seemed a little fussy back there, pal.
I don't trust that banker. There should be no joy when it comes to these things. Especially for you.
What's not to trust? I've scored on many big bounties before. This one's just a little more luxury.
It's not about the money, Davey. I've been in this business way longer than you. Riding with that mindset, that's when I'll get you killed.
You ready?
Are you? All right. This is where he said it was.
What now? He could be anywhere.
Let's split up, cover more ground.
All right, partner.
Is that you, Crash Lord the Kid?
Sure damn right it is.
I don't need him to take you down.
I don't think you understand, cowboy. Only one of us is coming out alive.
Rochester, get out here now!
You're alive?
Surprised? I'm a man of my word, unlike you.
Look, I'm
Safety and prosperity, you said. You promised us.
What are you gonna do, kill me? The $5,000 bounty is all yours.
Bounty? This was never about the money.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Holy moly. Well, I just want to thank the judges for this amazing reward, and want to thank Howell High School. I want to thank Scott Napolitano for making this all happen.
Shout out Scott.
And I want to thank my dad for his incredible acting and helping us through making this whole thing. And thank you guys so much. I'm glad you guys liked it.
Special thanks to my mom and Craig Churn.
Thank you, partner.
All right, the next category is Best Visual Effects, and this one is a repeat. So the winner for Best Visual Effects is, Matt, go ahead. Cold Hand, Scotch Plains Fanwood High School. Come on up.
All right, turn us around.
It's just a clip.
Oh my, thank you again. One thing I did not say before because I was very surprised to be on the stage. The message of the film, overuse of AI, oh my God, we use it too much and we should be wary of it. And let's keep our lives in our own hands and not the cold hands of an AI.
Congratulations again. All right, our next category is Best Actor, and this is another repeat video, so let's take a look.
Sorry, okay, I left my wallet at home.
At home watching right now.
Oh, call my daddy. Call my dad, please.
Alrighty, this next one is, our category is Best Actress, and this is also a repeat.
Sorry.
And the winner is...
Come on up. Oh yeah, it's both of you, by the way. It's a joint award.
Congratulations.
They were both so good at this, the judges couldn't choose between the two of them, so they gave it to both of them.
Oh my God, I'd like to thank everyone that watched the film. I'd like to thank Seb, our director, Mr. Asadio. You guys were such amazing support. I'd like to thank Durka, who played Spencer. Thank you guys so much. I swear on everything. It was great. Thank you.
Yep. Me too.
All right.
Alrighty.
All right.
Sorted out. You got it?
We got the right one this time.
That's good.
All right, next category is Best Direction. Oh, this one is a repeat as well. What do we got? Wait, what?
It's not a repeat.
Wait, what? Say that again?
Riley, slow down. Who saw what?
It was a regular grab. I just took this lady's bag.
Somebody saw. Riley, slow down. Who saw what?
It was a regular grab. I just took this lady's bag. I let my guard down for 1 second. I took my mask off. Some kids saw the whole thing.
And what did you do about it?
I ditched the bag and I came right here.
And the witness? What about him?
I don't think I need to do anything, all right? The kid is probably scared enough. He's not gonna say nothing to nobody.
And if he does, then what? This is something you have to take care of.
I know, I do, but I ain't never done nothing like this before, okay? I'm a thief, not a killer, and I only steal because I need it.
But now the need has changed. If this kid goes to the cops, it's all over. Everything. They're gonna connect the dots. 12 muggings in the last month, a witness describing your face. Do you understand how much prison time this is gonna get if this kid lives long enough to talk?
Okay, but I can't just kill this kid because he might have seen me. It was dark out. He might not even know what he saw.
And there's a better chance he knows exactly what and who he saw.
All right, no, I won't do it, all right? You can't make me. You promised me that we could just keep this going and nothing would happen. Whatever's next, it's on you.
You know what? Maybe you're right. The kid deserved to live. Doesn't change what we did.
What do you mean?
We made the right decision. Check for yourself. I know we forgot to take them pills this morning, but that's the thing about our condition. It's more fun when you really don't know what's there.
Really this time, come on down.
Now you can come on down. Come on.
Now you can come on down.
You got a good song too. There you go.
I just want to really just thank everyone who's even not here right now. Obviously, my team right here did an amazing job the whole time. And my friends Owen and Georges, who couldn't be here, but were such a big help. This film we planned a lot into it. And then halfway through the week, Dennis got the flu. and we had no clue what we were gonna do. We were on a skeleton crew for the rest of the week. We ended up calling a friend who, thank God, Georges, he showed up on such short notice, was able to help us finish. And just the fact that we were able to make this complete and be up here today is a testament that if you really put your mind to anything, you'll make it happen.
Hello. I just want to give a big shout out to the other group in our school because they gave us the motivation to keep trying and vote for. Love you too. No, but I really want to thank my entire group because they were able to make this possible. I'm just glad I'm able to go to college or something instead of nothing. I also want to say to all the other winners that have won something, you guys were great. You guys deserved it, and everybody else, y'all. Keep working and keep trying harder because it's just going to get harder from here.
I just want to say I like doing this project with a really special group. And Lakers in 5.
I want to say thank you to whoever voted for us. And I also want to say great job to everybody who worked here. We had a lot of changes throughout the week on the script and what we were supposed to do because the original script was nothing like what the end product was, but I'm very proud of us working it out and having a great end product.
Thank you so much. No problem. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations, guys. Take care. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yeah, me too. I was going to set you up.
Okay. By the way, there's one thing I forgot to mention. There was a student before who was here a couple of years ago. They won a couple of trophies, and then I forget what happened, but they had to leave early. They are hopefully in the television studio, so wherever you are, before you guys leave, if you want to find me or Mr. Ferrone, we'll head over there and hopefully grab them for you.
I don't know what he's talking about, so find him.
Find me.
What do you think is the trickiest part of a 10-day challenge? What do you think? For them?
Well, they had a 5-day, or do you mean a 10-day?
Okay, so we'll go with the 5.
Trickiest part, I mean, for us, we used to do them a lot here in the district, and then we brought one home and do it here. I think the challenging part is schedules for students. Any of you guys here have jobs outside of school? Yeah, okay. That's the challenge I think our kids run into the most is getting everyone together outside of school to shoot it, get it together. What about you?
I know, for me, I always feel like it always starts with the idea, with the story. Like, get into a group of 3 or 4 kids and start thinking, hey, what can we do for this? And that's always I love pre-production. Coming up with the idea and then developing a story, so.
I'm more of a post-production guy, but yeah.
I know you are.
Go,
All right, let's move on to our next piece here. Not a repeat, okay? This is Best Editing in a Video.
Hopefully not a repeat.
And the winner is...
You got it? Yeah. You got it? Yeah, I got it. How's the camera look? Actually, it's not that bad. Actually, it's going to be so sick. It's going to be awesome. Riley!
Yo, okay. Yeah, just go. Frat boy.
Frat boy.
Frat boy.
Why you just...
Yeah. Don't get that in there. Yeah. And just out there we just...
Oh.
Right, like out there we just...
Why are you filming me?
That's fun.
Pork and cheese on everything with the hash brown. But they told me they don't do hash browns, but it's like crazy because that's like the number.
Hey, it's okay. I promise everything's gonna be okay.
Get off me, dude. Alright, bro, it's actually getting on.
I think it's just a problem with the breaker, so does anyone want to join me down there?
Yeah, I'll go with you.
I think we'll just hang up here. You guys come in.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Basement crew!
Alright. Bro, does this happen a lot?
Not really. If I need something to hold a flashlight.
That's all you, bro.
Alright, Jack, on with me. Good.
Yeah.
I don't remember which one it is.
I don't know either.
No! We gotta go! We gotta go! There's something!
No, yo, we are all leaving. We're all go! Go! Just run downstairs. Run. Gabby! Oh my God, jeez. What? Is that a key?
Dude, what are you gonna do with a key?
I don't know, try something.
Yeah, we should try harder. You might have said it as a joke, but you promised Teddy we'd be alright.
I didn't promise Teddy anything!
Alright, I'm just gonna turn the light off.
Riley, 1.
The TV's on.
You need the TV's on.
I mean that the TV's on.
Yo, don't go over there. Jack?
Yeah, what?
Quinn.
Oh no!
Quinn.
Yo, Quinn.
Quinn. Yo, Quinn.
Guys?
Get. Go on. Should be okay in here.
Oh! Hey! Been trying to meet you.
My name is Adam. Yeah, you are. Alright. Let's keep going around. Go everyone, get around. Hey, Austin, this is you don't know what it is.
If you go, I will shut it down.
All right, Brooks and Fairhaven, come on down.
First, I want to thank the judges for letting us win. I caught a lot of class to finish the movie, so thankfully it was all worth it. And I would like to thank Miss Grumback, my entire crew, everyone, my parents being willing for me to stay out so late at night to finish this movie. And yeah.
I'd like to thank everybody who voted for us. I'm a senior, and I've been doing this a couple years that I've never gotten voted on, so I'd like to thank you all for letting us get screened.
Yeah, we've been here 3 years in a row. First time we never even saw our movie. Second time we didn't get any awards, and now we finally get, if you just try your hardest and keep working at it, you'll be able to achieve what you want. And just keep working. And thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Yo, one more shout out to Adam for his incredible editing on this movie. Just did a brilliant job. So thank you guys.
Congratulations, guys. Yeah.
All right.
Credit to the editor on that one, for sure.
All right, now we're on to the top awards. For third place, Best Comedy, the winner is...
Hey, thanks for the invite. Yeah, just keep the noise down. My parents barely let me have people over after Halloween. Yep, I get that, man. The cavalry has arrived. Anyone want to play Gang Beasts? Yeah!
I love this guy.
Get that man. Hey, you got a bathroom I can use?
Oh, yeah. Let me go get the key.
The key?
My parents made me lock it after the Taco Bell incident.
Wait a minute. We've been here for 5 hours and no one asked to go to the bathroom? I don't know. We wrote this film in like 3 hours. Yeah, the whole 1 week thing. Does anyone want snacks? Good. Guys, I think I locked myself in.
Did you try the other door?
Oh, yeah, thanks. There's only one door in here!
Hang on, let me get the key. I don't have the key.
What? Where the hell is it?
All right, everyone, listen up. The key to the bathroom is missing, and we need to find it.
Check your other pocket.
Stupid question! Yes, I checked my other pocket. We don't get him out, Riley's a goner. Riley, if you can hear me, hang in there. We'll get you out, I promise. It may be dangerous, and some of us might not make it back alive. Alejandro, you gotta keep it down, man. Just find the key, please.
there's not a whole lot we could do here.
You gotta get me out of here. You promised.
Say that again. This is probably a stupid question, but is there something on the back of the door you could twist?
Yeah?
Twist that and pull the handle.
You could have unlocked the door this whole time!
Well, my mom said there are no locked doors in this house.
Riley!
Congratulations, guys.
Wow. Yeah, so we've been coming here past 3 years, and we've always had to leave early, and we never actually got to see our film get screened or receive any awards, but like, it's such an honor to be here now up in front of all you great people, watching the thing that we made. I just want to thank all the other people who helped out with this, Riley, Sophia, Sophie, Alejandro, Kyrie, Peyton. I think that's everyone, right? And Joey, obviously. Yeah, thank you guys. Every year you put on such a great show. And it's just such an honor to be featured and even get an award. So yeah, any other thoughts?
It was such a fun time to film. Like Patrick said, Joey R. Riley couldn't be here, but we had a fun time filming all like the bathroom scenes of him locked in and everything. And it was such a great time. Just thank you for the honor for letting us be considered and be here in general. So thank you so much, guys.
Oh, and thank you to Mr. Moscow for putting up with our nonsense all the time. So thanks again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, time for our second place, Best Comedy, and the winner is... Come on down.
Come on down.
What are you doing here?
The judges' comments on this one were the funniest comments I've ever read in my life. They loved it.
We got another award. I know there's a lot of like fart jokes and stuff, but I guess it worked. Y'all got anything to say?
Bro, like literally, thank you guys so much, bro.
You're not-
Y'all are amazing. The crowd is beautiful. Like I love this. Thank y'all. You guys are amazing.
It was like 2 days in a row. We had to stay in school till like 11 at night or like 10 p.m. So like it took us a lot of work, but it was so worth it. So thank you guys.
Congratulations, guys.
All right.
They also won the award for the tallest group. I don't know if you noticed. Yeah. Tallest group. All right. Next one, this is the big one here. First place for Best Comedy. And the winner is...
Dude, just promise you won't mess this up for me. Every time I have a date, you always find a way to ruin it. What do you mean? Oh. Look, I'm leaving the car on. I'll give you a few magazines. Just stay in the car, okay? I know that if you give me my space and you let me do my thing, then date will go perfectly. All right.
Wait, I'm a ghost. I don't need a key.
Oh, sorry. You mind if I take this?
All good.
Riley!
Dude, what are you doing here?
Well, clearly you need my help.
What are you talking about? She's fine.
Fine? Dude, she's like a 1300s 8.
An 8 is great.
Dude, a 1300s 8 is like a 2000s 1.
Listen, just go sit down and shut up.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
What?
Nothing.
Anyway, Sorry, excuse me for 1 second.
You're fine. Dude, you gotta stop.
I can't get out of the car. I can't give you advice. I can't play romantic music. It's almost as if you want to do this on your own.
That's exactly what I want.
The only thing I haven't done is possess your body and take matters into my own hands.
Wait, what are you...
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. That's the first time I've ever possessed anyone. I didn't know that was gonna happen.
I gave you no consent to infiltrate my body. No consent. Emily? Ghost. Guess that means no second date.
Actually, you guessed wrong. You can come out now.
Hey.
Hey.
I died of tuberculosis.
Hanged by punishment.
Awesome.
I look forward to our second date.
Oh yeah, awesome.
I fulfilled my promise! I'm finally free!
All right, Dance of Romance, come on down.
Congratulations.
All right. Thank you. You know, all right. So I gotta thank Henry here, great on the camera, and Nick also great as the ghost. Hayden, great as Hayden. You know, and writer. Yes, he helped write this. Riley and I directed this. We came up with this idea at the Asbury Ale House. You know, it was fun. Yeah, no, we love doing this. Thank you, guys.
I want to say thank you to our teacher, Scott Napolitano, and thank you to our whole FBAC class. We couldn't do it without them. And special thanks to James Raffone. Thank you guys so much for the award.
Congratulations, guys.
All right, moving on to drama.
I always said there was somebody for everybody, Nobes.
All right, third place, best drama. And the winner is...
Yo, what's good? Riley, are you okay?
I can't stay here, Alex.
What do you mean you can't stay here?
Not right now. I can't.
What? Where are you going?
Listen, I don't know what it was, but I know it's dangerous, okay? And I can't...
I'm sorry, dangerous how?
I can't stay. I don't want to come in here, or after you, or anyone else.
Riley, what are you talking about? I don't understand.
Listen, I can't explain everything here or right now, but you have to promise me something. If I come back, don't let me in, no matter what it says or how real it sounds, alright? If it sounds like me, it isn't me, Alex. Oh my god. It's not good.
Yeah, yeah. Hello?
Alex, it's me. Please open the door, Alex. It's here.
Alex, don't leave me out here. Just please open the door. Alex, I can't. I need you. Please, just open the door.
Riley? Riley?
Alex, thank God. Are you okay? I can't stay on the phone long. I have to hide. I'm at a motel on the outskirts. I just need to hear your voice. How are you holding up?
I'm fine. You're alright?
Yeah. But Alex, you have to be careful. Do not let anyone in, especially if they sound like me. You promised, remember? I'm worried. I can't say more. I have to go. Just be safe, alright?
What? Shoot.
You promised.
Quick. Here you go.
I just want to say thank you to Miss Rivera for helping us, helping us teach how to edit and stuff, and actually believing in us. I just want to thank to my other partners, Carter and Carlos, and we also had Sidney and Matthew. They were working behind the scenes, but they weren't able to come in today. But I just want to say thank you to them too, and thank you very much.
All right, on to second place, Best Drama. And the award goes to... Consume Union City High School.
Hello again.
Congratulations.
Oh man, hi again. Oh wow. Standing up here again is not the best. What is the best? Sorry. I again want to thank everybody for being here. Thank my crew again. Without them, we would have never been up here. Very fun experience, and thank you all.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for my friends, the people here who I've worked with. I'm so glad to work with you guys on this project, as this is my first time, and I'm just so grateful for everything. And yeah.
And thank you to Miss Deering, our acting teacher, for everything she's done for us. We couldn't have done it without you.
Alrighty then. Moving on to our next award, we've got first place, Best Drama. And the winner is...
Split Morality, Monroe Township High School.
So I pretty much thanked everyone I needed to before, so I think I'll just end off by saying that, I've made films with this group since freshman year, and now it's our senior year. So I think this was kind of a nice close to our high school career. We're all moving on, different colleges and stuff, which is kind of sad, but at the same time, it's exciting to see that we're going places beyond here. So I'm just glad we could have ended it here with a win, best drama. That's amazing.
I didn't say this before, but I just want to say I want to thank my parents. They've been with me through my entire education, throughout my entire school career, and they gave me almost everything. I was able to go to Monroe Township because they thought it was the best route for me while staying close to family, and I got to meet all of these amazing people, including my school over there and group over there. I also want to special thanks to Mr. Alodic and Miss Miller because they've been a big inspiration to me, and I'm guessing TJ's work throughout the entire thing with feedback and giving us a chance to be an intern with you guys, so thank you very much.
I'm not gonna lie, I forgot who sung the song, but I got 2 phones now, so.
This was my first and last year doing this challenge, and to have 2 awards is actually mind-blowing. And I just, the people I was able to work with and work on this project with, they did absolutely amazing, and thank you to all of them. And also thank you to our teachers, Mr. Laddick and Ms. Miller.
Well, one question for you guys. You guys say you're all going to college. Any of you guys going to school for film or communications? You three guys are? Awesome. Where are you going? Rowan? SCAD? Mount St. Mary. Congratulations, guys. Thank you, guys. Congratulations. All right, last award of the day. I just want to thank you guys for coming. If we could also get a round of applause for all of our judges, that would be amazing. All right. You ready for this?
I'm
And just as a reminder, the buses, you go straight out that door and straight down that hallway. You guys are all parked around the main lot there. All right, the award for Best Overall Film goes to...
You're alive? Surprised? I'm a man of my word, unlike you.
Wow. Alrighty. Well, oh, okay. Yeah.
I'll just light over here, so we're gonna go over here.
Well, thank you guys so much. I did not expect this, but love the surprise. Well, I already did my thanks, but I'll thank my teacher again, Scott Napolitano, and Howell High School. And you know anything to say? Or?
Shout out Jax Duhigg. He was
Yes.
the other cowboy. Couldn't be here. I think he slept
Shout out
in.
to Riley Nolan and Jimmy Harrivan as well. And
shout out Freak Bob and John Pork.
Yep, sure, man.
If you know, you know. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. And
Lakers in 5.
thank you guys all.
Congratulations, guys.
All right, guys, thank you all for coming out this year. Hope you had a good time. Hopefully, we'll see you guys all back again next year. Take care.